Hello guys and welcome to part 2 of this very unusual start of GT2. So last time we got to buy plenty of cars after a lot of grinding, but this time we're gonna do even more grinding to get that money for racing cars. Since obviously racing modifications cost a lot, especially as you have to get all of the weight reductions as well, so it's like 100k for each car. And yeah, since it's for each car and you only get 10k from each race, with that grinding, it's gonna take a lot of time, but we'll get there eventually. But for the beginning, I'd like to do some races I didn't even think about yet. There's actually 5 races in special events that you can do without licenses. The whole of Sunday Cup, the 3 races, and then 2 here in Clubman. So we'll get these out of the way first, and then focus on grinding for a bit. Don't know how long I'm gonna go for this time, but at least like 5 hours to get a decent grind in. And yes, I obviously have far more powerful cars in my garage, but I'm just not gonna use the weakest for these, because obviously the opponents are just as weak. And this is still easily enough to beat the guys. Hey Basek, how's it going? It would be cool if they released GT2 as a remaster, like doing nothing else but increasing the texture quality to HD and adding online play. That would be so cool, but it's obviously not gonna happen because Kazunori and Polyphony just focus on the future. They don't look back. Yeah, GT2 has a lot of exclusive tracks, including this, Red Rock Valley, Rome Night, then obviously Motorsports Land, even though it's nothing special, and Grindelwald, and then the exclusive Rome Short and Seattle Short. Red Rock Valley is cool, but Rome Night is, in my opinion, the coolest. Grindelwald is also cool, but Rome Night is really unique. Was about corner, but I think just gonna finish first. That was a terrible corner, but we can do it without even blocking, I hope. No, I have to block a little bit, otherwise it's just gonna fly right past. Come on, come on, come on. Ah, he got me. Just. Okay, I'm gonna have to redo this. Fudge. German map that mountainish. Are you talking about Grindelwald now? If so, that is more like Swiss or yeah, that is more like Swiss or Austria in my opinion. I mean Grindelwald. That doesn't sound exactly like German, but Austrian or Swiss. I don't know why, but even if that landscape quality is so bad, I'm still enjoying it. Yeah, but for PS1 standards, it's quite good. But I think for the most part, GT2 is a lot smoother than, say, Tucker Touring. For the most part, because in Tucker Touring I remember some very polygon-y curves and crests and the white lines. But GT2 is quite smooth for a PS1 game. GT2 is working at 50, I think it's 50 FPS on NTSC, but for PAL it's just 30 or 25. Okay, now it's not even a question that I'll win. Don't even have to look back. I'm fast enough. Cappuccino is not the most powerful car there is, but it's very light, so that helps in the corners. And it's also a rear-wheel drive, so yay! Let's see what will happen on this track though. This is about acceleration and high speed, so let's find out. And I think you mean GT2 again. GT4 still holds the record. In GT2 there's a lot of used cars as well. I don't know, maybe GT2 is the biggest. At least, depending on which manufacturer you're looking at. Suzuki doesn't have a lot, but like Nissan, Toyota, they have a lot to choose from, and Honda. I think it should be fine actually. Wait, I just realized what the cars are, and I'm still holding up. They're having like Integra there, couple Silvias, Altezza, and I'm just using a Cappuccino. And so far I'm doing decently, so let's see if we can actually win with this, or even get close. So I didn't know what opponents would be here, I thought it was just the same, but it's funny how close I still am. Yeah, the magic of the used car lot. Yeah, the top speed isn't really good on this car, but the acceleration is slow enough so we don't have to worry about it. I might briefly get the first, but I'm not gonna be able to keep it, surely. Because it's a long acceleration for the finish line, so even if I do get first, briefly it's not gonna hold. But it's still funny how decently I'm doing with just a Cappuccino, but I think it's to do with the Sunday Cup being the beginner cup, you know, so even when they have powerful cars I can still sorta keep up. But yeah, I need a slight upgrade, not too big. I don't mean as in upgrading the car, but taking another car. I'm obviously not gonna use the Evo, GDR or Impreza, but I'm gonna pick something else. And not the CC Coupe either. Something that could potentially be fast enough. Maybe even the Super Turbo. Let's give it a shot. And if that doesn't work, then I'll go with the Neon. Because if I could get that close with the Cappuccino, then surely this is gonna be even closer. I used to abuse four-wheel drive races with Super Impreza and grinding that 50k for hours and hours. Yeah. Oh cool, a BMW. Oh yeah, this should absolutely wreck the competition. Just feels so funny when they have actually competitive sports cars and I have nothing but a Micra. Old Micra with a turbo, but it will do its job, I'm sure. I haven't got past anyone yet, but the corners are where I will be excelling. It's really sad that sedans and combi cars in GT falls behind in late game. Yeah. In GT1 you could beat the game with a starter car. At least so good. Soak, however you want to pronounce it. And you could just take a sports car and tune it and you have a proper racing car, but in this game it doesn't work because the physics are far more realistic. So you need some grip instead of just raw power. In this game the powers wouldn't even rise that high. Sure, you would have plenty of HP, but it wouldn't matter. GT1 was a special game. You could just take a GTO R33 or something, tune it, and there you go, you have a late game car. Okay, I'm not feeling too confident in winning actually. I am ahead, but they will be faster. So I'm not sure if we can actually do this still, but we were a lot closer this time. And hello Fox. How's it going, man? Yeah, the Sylvia's gonna get me. And another Sylvia's about to get me. Oh, third. But you know, we weren't even that far. I kind of want to try again with the Micra. Because if I take the Neon, I'm sure I'm gonna win with that. So let's try the Micra one more time. And that's good to hear, Fox. Gotta love the whiny turbo in this car. Yeah, of course, Fox, but even though I'm not using any licenses and I could obviously buy a much better car, I still wanna make things interesting by using the weakest car possible and still win. It's funny, I actually went first a few times with a Cappuccino, but obviously they had better acceleration and caught up pretty fast, but I finished third with this, so I'm feeling optimistic that we can barely win. Just need to carry all of the momentum we can. So I did do some slight mistakes last time. Yeah, it's not fun if you just use an OP car or a very competitive car. Of course you wanna make a challenge out of it. Look, I'm not even that far from these guys, so I have a feeling that we can barely win. Or if we won't, then we'll barely lose. That's close enough. I should have added that into the Q&A, but I guess people figure out when you say you start GT2 the hard way, you mean it. That didn't go so well. Are you serious right now? Are you actually serious right now? Midget is like the top is amongst the top 2 worst cars, the other being the 500R. The midget is far slower than this car. There's no comparison. But okay, it's not gonna be enough. I would get within 1/10, and even if I do make the race better, it's gonna be really close, so I might as well swap to the Neon. But still, it wasn't even far. Okay, so it's gonna be the Neon then. I could have just bought some car. Some car between this and the Micro, but I still don't want to go as far as trying out all the possibilities and finally coming up with a solution. There's no base Suzuki Escudo in this game. Only the Pikes Peak. Yeah. Arrest me, I'm driving without a license. And yeah, hey, Urinator, glad you could make it. And frankly, I don't know why Joseph thinks this car is ugly and disgusting. I think it's fine. While the front is a little but the rear is actually pretty cool looking. Double exhaust and everything. And a spoiler, of course. And this version of the car having those speed stripes. But considering how close it is on this race, I'm gonna keep the Neon for the next one. Where speed matters even more at Red Rock Valley. But I think it should be fine. This isn't even going that much better than with the Micra, but I think I'll still win. Just not by much. Gonna let the FTO pass me, then come back from my side. Oh fuck you, you were there as well. That's gonna cost me a little bit. And the FTO wins. Because this guy decided to dive bomb. Okay, we'll get it next race. And I just got second. By how much? Just 200s. Just less than 3. Look at those rims, by the way. A real ricer. Yeah, he kinda trolled me there. If I could have had the perfect corner, then I would have won no problem. But he just managed to get inside. One more try. I thought it was gonna be like a breeze with the Neon, but apparently it's not even that much faster than the Micra. As funny as it sounds, the Micra has less horsepower, but it's got that turbo, so it's almost as fast as the Neon. So for hold on. So just for reference, Fox, the midget only goes 120. The top speed is only 120, just less than that, like 119 or 118. So it is a garbage. And obviously, since that's the car's top speed, the acceleration is nothing special. So yeah, I don't really know what made you think that the midget is any kind of a match. A garbage. I mean, the micro was stock. There's no tunes at all in that car. It's just that good in stock, so. Yeah, but just by looking at midget you can tell it's like fucking cruise car. As well as the Fiat 500. That is by far the slowest car. Even the midget is faster, but not by much. Okay, now no one's gonna deny me, hopefully. Oh no. Come on. Come on. This would be a piece of cake if it wasn't for that fucking... someone always dive bombing there. I'm not giving up. I just need to be ahead that little bit so he won't get to dive bomb me. Because if I keep the inside line, then it's no better. I'm just gonna understeer. Oh boy. Oh, I just saw that message. By the way, is it possible to win first Sunday Cup race with a stock midget? No. I won the race easily with a cappuccino, but you can't go much lower than that. You can't do shit with a stock midget or 500R. And even if you tune them, they will still barely be fast enough. Oh, 500R, the Fiat, the old as fuck Fiat, with just like 20 HP. Those are by far the two worst cars. I don't know what's the third one actually. Oh, actually, I think I know. It must be the Subaru 360. That is a very weak car too. Then there are plenty of used cars in the used car lot that are pretty bad. Okay, what's gonna happen this time? Is someone gonna deny me again, or... A little mistake, but... We should be fine. Yeah, this time no one's gonna do it. Okay, this victory is ours. I hope. Yeah, we had to try a few times, but we got it. But I didn't think it was gonna be this tough with the neon. I thought it was gonna be a little bit faster, but oh well. At least now we used a car that could barely win. Let's see if it's fast enough on this race. But I don't know. It's got plenty of straights, so we really need speed here. Also, what is that Alpha doing here? I mean, it's keeping up, but... That is an ugly car too. Oh, you don't like this track? I think it's a decent one, but it's just, you know, very different. Like it stands out from the other tracks, and it's very loud also. Like the volume is higher than the other tracks. Oh yeah, I think this should be plenty enough. I mean, sure, it's the first lap and I'm just being on first position, but I think it's enough. If I can already be this far ahead on the first lap, then yeah. Should be a win by default. Oh, I was barely ahead because of that S2000. Finding that VTEC. VTEC just kicked in, yo. But still, I was ahead, so should be able to beat the S2000. I was getting nervous because the sound was getting closer, but it wasn't even the S2000. finishing in second, it was the SVX. And then there's still actually 3 more to do. 2 races in the Clubman, and then there was 1 in lightweight. So okay, let's see what our opponents are. I could always just use the preview, but who needs a preview? Oh yeah. Should have used a weaker car for this, but oh well. I won't restart just because I have the wrong car, basically. Should have used the cappuccino again. Oh, well look at that. A Mini Cooper is actually going for an overtake. Perhaps I do need this car after all. Just to beat some Mini, but that might be tuned. No way it's going that fast otherwise. Come on, Neon! You can't lose to these guys. I might have the correct car after all. Ah, you son of a bitch. Dive bombing like a typical GT2 player. Just because there's no damage doesn't mean you have to drive like an ass. Yeah, those guys were rather fast, weren't they? This win is still not secured. Ah. Well, this is going down to the wire again. Just like high speed ring. I hope someone won't dive bomb this time. I won't have enough speed. Even if I get the perfect corner. Well, who would have thought? A Mini beating me. Well. Imagine an American redneck just taking his Neon and challenging a British guy to a drag race, and he's just driving a Mini Cooper, and then the American guy's like, he doesn't have a chance, and suddenly the Mini's like, and then the American is like, oh, that's an Elise. So there are some strong cars here as well. Because, you know, just by looking at the Mini and whatever the other cars were, I was just like, these cars are weak. But turns out there can be strong cars as well. I mean, even with the Mini being that fast, you would just think that Mini is slow, but then there's suddenly an Elise here, so I do have the right car for this race. Yeah, but the Mini's engine isn't even that strong. There's no way in hell it's that fast. I mean, I could buy a Mini next and give it a try, but I'm pretty sure it shouldn't go that fast. But you know, the Mini could have been tuned. You never know about the AI. At least in GT1 you could see your competitors, what car they use, how much HP they have. In this game you're going in totally blind. You have no idea what's actually vibrating under the hood. Okay, this should be it. But yeah, the Mini Cooper is small and light, yes, but the engine is nothing special. Oh, wrong button. Even GTA 5 got it right. It's like one of the weakest cars in the game. Like top 3 at least. Even the Panto is faster. But it's a pretty slow car by stock, but if you tune it, then it's actually pretty competitive in the compact class. I thought I pressed twice, but apparently I didn't. This time we'll take it slow, okay? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I did it. I actually started the race. Boy, am I good. Oh, look at that Venturi. I think Venturi also appeared only in this game too. I actually like those Venturis. And no, not only the tracks or the cars, but there's a lot of other exclusive things in this game. Like for example the kitty medals in the licenses. And when you beat the S license or Super license special, you unlock the event synthesizer. That's pretty interesting. What else is there? Yeah, this game has a lot of exclusive things, apart from just cars and tracks. But I'm now thinking, what else is there? I know there was something else, but I just can't call it right now. Oh yeah, and then there's obviously the manufacturer races. I don't think they reappeared. There are still some one-make races in GT3, for example, but not like dealership races per se. that are chosen from the manufacturer menus. And then the licenses themselves, a lot of the license tests are actually on purpose-built sections of, you know, pieces of track. But in all other games, pretty much all the tests are sections from actually existing tracks, but in this game there are just some purpose-built sections. And even though it's silly, like you won't see those corners in races, which you practice in the licenses, but it's still very cool that they went through all that trouble of making some separate sections just for the licenses. That was a bit dirty, I'll let him catch up. And I thought GT2 is the only game where you can't gold a test if you get the exact same time as the gold prize, but apparently it's the same in GT1 as well. But I could have sworn I got the same time in GT1 one time as well. But I know for a fact in GT3 you can get the gold prize by doing the exact same time. Yeah, Laguna Seca, and it also has the Pikes Peak section. And this game was also supposed to feature Monaco, but it was cut. Wait, Spa? I think you're referring to the license test, but that's only a resemblance. It's not a Spa at all. But what do you mean about the Spa section? And we're doing the Rome shard again. Yeah, that's the exact same thing I was talking about. But like I said, it's only a resemblance. It's nowhere near close to being like the same thing. We're speaking of Rouge and Radillon, obviously, but it's only a resemblance. It's actually far off. Like the dip when you get to the very bottom is not that big or that long in real life. It's very brief when you get uphill, and then obviously Radillon. Following Rouge is also very like gradual. It's not even that tight, because obviously the license test you have to brake for that turn, but in real life it's just a full throttle sweep. That definitely looks like it's taken some inspiration, but it's totally different. So the only real world in real life things in this game are Laguna Seca and then the Pikes Peak section. And then I also came to learn that even the Rome circuit is based on real streets. But obviously, you know, it's missing those lines on the road and then dividers and stuff like that. But the whole circuit is actually based on actual streets, as well as Seattle. I found that really cool. But I don't even think the Alto's gonna win this race, so I may need to switch to Cappuccino. I was trying to make a switch back, but it was pretty hard because he was dive bombing. Yeah. Even if I drove perfectly, I don't think I still would have won, so let's grab the Cappuccino. Cup of coffee to get us running. Okay, so there's tracks, there's cars, there's license sections, the event synthesizer. Oh yeah, and then like the physical copy, it's split in 2 discs. And GT2 even came with a driving strategy guide. So that's also one exclusive thing about GT2. 2 discs as well as a guide, so also, how is that beat going so fast? Must be tuned. Because the beat would definitely be slower than the Cappuccino, so the beat would realistically be behind there somewhere. And now we're getting overtaken by an Alto. Obviously, I think that's slightly more powerful than the one I have, and that could be tuned for all we know. But we'll win this time with the Cappuccino. Yeah, that's actually one thing I was thinking about last stream. Like, do the cars actually have parts applied, or do they just have more horsepower to imitate? Upgrades, so there we go. Then it would have been silly to just have parts for AI, because obviously there's also rubber banding going on, so why not imitate tuning as well? The players will never know anyway. Come on, baby. I didn't even need that much more speed. Darn it. And the other Cappuccino almost got me. Just 100. Another try. Yeah, like what the hell? How is the beat so fast? That's just like the Mini Cooper in our first attempt. There's no way a Mini would be that fast. Or, well, it's a decent car in the K class, but I don't think it would have been that fast. Beating a Neon, for goodness sake. now we have even lazier cars. So now it's like a gifted win, in a sense. If we had the cappuccino and beet here, I would be in trouble again, but now they have some weaker cars. Yeah. This isn't even a competition this time. I would even be dropped to second at all. So Fox, what would you personally choose? The cappuccino, AZ1 or the beet? Which one of those three? I would honestly go with the cappuccino, AZ1 being the second, and then the beet my least favorite. And I'm not only talking about the power, obviously cappuccino comes first, then AZ1 and then beet, but I like the look of cappuccino as well. The beet is kinda ugly. Oh, I was dropped to second because, you know, things happen. And then the AZ1 has a spoiler. It's kinda cool looking. Come on, let me win this time. I thought it was gonna be a gifted win, but then suddenly the cars come to life. No, ho, ho, ho. Come on. Come on. Ah! So painfully close. Oh my god. Welp. We can win, just like we did with the Neon on High Speed Ring. Just need to give it a few more tries. Unless we get it on this try, but we'll see. Expect the unexpected. Now we have a beet, oh my god, and a cappuccino. Oh boy. This doesn't seem good. Oh yeah, another cool little feature about GT2 is that the billboards and the advertisements keep changing every time. Go ahead, get yourself a cola and enjoy the stream. But yeah, I really like how the sponsors on the track actually change every time. So they're not like permanent. Coca-Cola, easily. Pepsi is fine, but I just prefer Coca-Cola. For its well, not obviously just because of its bigger audience and bigger success than Pepsi, but I think the Coca-Cola tastes slightly different than a Pepsi. If we take the most basic form, you know, the original, the standard Pepsi and Coca-Cola, the Coca-Cola tastes slightly different, and I like it a bit more than the Pepsi. Yeah, but there is a faint difference. It's kind of like for energy drinks, Mad Croc and Red Bull. Honestly, I can't tell the difference between those two. Like if someone gave me some Red Bull in a Mad Croc can or the other way around, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. They just say it's so similar. And we lost this race too. Just because of that cappuccino, and it didn't help that we were kind of smashed into the wall in that one corner. That's always trouble when cars are close. Even if the AI sucks with Le Mans and, you know, proper racing cars in this game, the AI is really aggressive and fast when it comes to slower cars, and that's something good about the game, even if the AI gets disappointing later on. Like, at least it's good somewhere. Now we have a cappuccino again, and we have an AZ1 this time too. I can tell from here. Now it's kind of obscured by that Daihatsu, but or is that a Suzuki? I don't know. But yeah, there's an AZ1 leading. I can show you in a second once I clear this corner. I'm using a PS1 controller. I just got this like 2-3 weeks ago. I wanted this color. And hey Battery, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it is a third model indeed. Like you can see, it doesn't say PS1, like PS1 in the controller, because that's obviously the second PS1 model, the slim version. Yeah, this is the cappuccino. A really cool K car. Oh, and that's the Master Speed AZ1 too. Well, I also have one PS1 DualShock, and I even got it brand new in box, so it's totally mint. I can show that to you in a second. Well, a minute more like, if we're precise, but you know. And this time we actually won. Finally. Yeah, they are, but you know, you can tell which is PS1 and which is PSX. And now we're done with all the races in special events. Oh, and we acquired even a car. I didn't know we would get one, but I think it's like a Mini or something. So here you go. Here's the emerald green also see-through PS1 controller. Oh no, we got a Mugen or Mugen beat. But sadly we won't do anything with this, we already did the beat race. Gosh, if I would have known that we would win a car from that race, I wouldn't have had to buy the beat at all. Oh well, too late now. Now that we're done with those races, we're gonna go grind some money. And yes, I got the rims for this car too. They kind of fit this car actually, especially with the blue color. Looks pretty cool in my opinion. I can't imagine using the Nekon. I guess I call it the Nekon, not Nechikon. I can only use that with Wipeout, but I haven't even tried it with other games yet, but I don't think it'll feel good. And here's my Nekon. I may give it a try at some point, but honestly I don't think it's gonna feel that good. Because it fits Wipeout more in my opinion, because Wipeout is a futuristic game. So having a very bizarre and unique controller for that game kind of fits, you know, with the futuristic style. And the Nekon does work really well with Wipeout. Like, now that I've experienced the game with the Nekon, I'm not going back to DualShock at all. I'm never going back. I'm already better with the Nekon than I ever was with the DualShock, just because of the precision. But yeah, I may give it a try at one point when I'm bored. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. Nekon is basically a wheel in gamepad form. But it's a cool solution and innovation for a controller, though many people don't like the controller, but I love it. I absolutely use it for Wipeout from now on. The only con for me is that there are no L2 or R2 buttons, just the L1 and R1. I could have kind of used those, but oh well. I can deal. And I actually went ahead and changed the configurations for throttle and brake for Wipeout. Well, obviously brake is a different thing with those air brakes, but throttle, I switched it to the button where the triangle would be, just because it's better when you twist the controller, you can just hold there. I found the throttle to be very awkward to use, especially when it has that analog sensitivity. Like, it feels really awkward to push 100%. So I'm gonna gather enough money for one car to transform into a racing car, and then think which one we're gonna take first. Kind of want to do a fast car, but I'm open to suggestions. So we have the Ford Ka, AutoWorks, Cappuccino, then the Micra. What else? Oh, and Viper GTS. And then we obviously have the R33, which we're driving right now, but I'm not gonna do it yet because I wanna keep doing races with this car. Because it's kind of boring to only use the Impreza or Lancer. I kind of wanna keep switching between the three, so I don't have to do the 10k grind with just one car. So we won't transform GT3 anytime soon. Yeah, what other cars were there? So I've already listed those. There are a couple more cars to choose from. Then there's the Fiat 500R. And obviously there's the Neon. And I think there's a couple more cars that I can't think of right now. I'm not sure what color Silica is. Oh, okay. Yeah, I kinda get what you mean. And then the gun gray, like the sort of dark green color for the Nismo cars also looks okay. But I'd go with either this blue or gray. Or even white for R33 and 2, but I don't think it looks that good on R34, but it'll do. So one more race and then we can, I think, one more race and then we can upgrade the car. And let's do Grand Valley, just because we can. Because it's like 28k for weight reduction, then 80 something, depending on the car, racing modifications, so yeah, I think we have to do one more race. Either we have barely just enough money or just missing a little bit. Oh yeah, it kind of looks cool in purple, doesn't it? What about R32? What color would you prefer on that one? I think gray is fine. Plenty of cars in this game that you can turn purple. Even the fucking concept car, when you tune it to a racing car, you can choose purple. Okay. Yeah, I know what you mean. That's kind of contradicting to say because R32 is an old car. Yeah, I know it is. I mean, the racing modification for the concept car is fictional already, so should be the colors. And hello, Brett. It's been a while since I last saw you in my streams, hasn't it? I don't remember the last time. Oh, okay. Well, glad you even dropped by. So like I said, it's been a while. Yeah, just like speedrunning and streaming in general. You've been doing your own thing. But you have obviously been on Twitch with the all heist speedruns, but other than that you haven't even been watching anybody much lately, if I'm correct. But yeah, I think we're gonna need one more race. That won't be enough for a racing modification. Of course, depends on the car, but if you want to pick any car, then it's not gonna be enough. Yeah, obviously when you do co-op speedruns, you need people. Especially if you do a long one, you need people that can stick around for a while. But now it makes me wonder, okay, so you don't speedruns, but only all heists, sorry, not hastes. But what's the next different speedrun you're gonna do? Of course, you haven't really been into speedrunning lately, because you've only been doing all the heists, so I'm just wondering what's the next one you might be doing. Because you even used to do GT2 Japan all percent. I mean any percent. Occasionally. Yeah, okay. And we even did the GT2 all gold license speedrun. That was obviously a while ago, but I'm glad I tuned in when I did, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to do gold IC4 as fast. They're so far away. Noobs. And this car isn't even tuned. And there were two R34s, GDRs, besides mine, and they weren't even close to being a match, but that's just the AI for you. Once you get to faster cars, the AI is bad. But when we were talking about the lowest and slowest cars of the game, then the AI really excels. But sometimes obviously it's thanks to the tuning. Okay, so which car should we race mod now? So I already mentioned there's Viper, Neon, Cappuccino, Kath, R&R. And then we have the likes of SVX, S2000, Civic, Sirion, and even Corvette Grand Sport and the ZZS, so there's plenty to choose from. Well, I already have the R34, so that's all I need. And I've already, you know, well, of course I was still using R34 at that time as well, but I've already won the race, so there's no point in struggling anymore, especially as I just want to grind some money from the best source. I kind of want to go Viper, but then we would miss the opportunity too soon and we'll be stuck with the slower cars. But there is the Neon, which I would like to get rid of. SVX sounds cool too. S2000. And then there's the Civic. But you know, I'll let you guys decide which one to race mod from here to the bottom. Actually. Well, just below, because I wanted to show the Viper there, just below Micra is Alto and Sirion. So there's plenty of options, obviously most of them slower cars. The Civic would be interesting. Micra. I really don't want to go for the faster ones yet because I want to save them for later. But I mean, it's your choice. But if you're not getting any suggestions, then I'll just pick the Civic. Or the Micra, actually. Aww. Yeah, let's go with the Micra. But yeah, 108 HP, even though it doesn't have any tunes. At least I feel like there isn't any tunes. Don't think I tuned the car. Oh, so you chose Micra as well. Well, that's convenient, isn't it? And we have only this color to choose from, and yeah, for the Micra racing modifications it's 80k, but for some cars it's even 85k, so it really depends. So if it was 85k, then I would have been left with like 2 more k to gather. And let's see if the car is fast enough without tunes. Seeing Retro talk about his golding attempts almost pushed me into doing some stream, but I didn't. Well, at least not yet. You can always try that again. Since you could do it in like 5 hours, that's pretty good. Because I think even you were thinking you would struggle longer. And I told Retro once he gets good enough in the licenses, he should try to beat your record. Oh yeah, those two. But for some odd reason, lately IA10 has been really easy for me to gold. Usually I've struggled with it a lot, but now that I've been doing licenses for fun again, I've gotten it a few times even on first try. So I guess I finally learned how to drive. But obviously IC4 is still a pain. How did the Micra lose control there? Wow, that was weird. Yeah, I think this should be fast enough as it is. Got a better CRT this time, so it wouldn't be as much of a disaster. Yeah, it always helps when you have eye-pleasing quality, instead of having to struggle just to see what's going on. But yeah, I just love the sound of this car, it's so aggressive. And that turbo whine. But it is a super turbo anyway, and over 100 horsepower by default. So that's one car not to mess with if you have a cheap car yourself. I could be wrong about the competence of this car as it is though. We're not even close to first position now, so we might have to get at least a muffler or computer or something like that to get that one final push. I overtook 3 cars from the outside. Lol. Now we're close to first though. He's gonna be faster on the straight, but I'm gonna catch up in the corners. Uh-oh, someone's gonna die bomb, I just know it. Not as much as I was expecting, but still a hindrance. So it's just second position from this race. But not that bad. We just need to get some slight tunes to get the edge. Also, I just noticed that the hood says Nissan March. Now let's see that loss of control again, because that was quite funny in my opinion. I know he went over the bump, but you're driving straight, so how can you lose it? Especially on a relatively slow car. That's pretty random. Oh, okay, so he did turn before the jump. That could explain it then. He decided to turn at a bad time. Okay, so a little bit of tuning. Muffler. I think that's enough. Already gave 7 horsepower. And of course it's gonna be Rome short. Well, either way. Oh, nice sound. Yeah, fucking Nissan March. Name differences between the US and else in the world. Or almost else in the world. Elsewhere. And then you have like the Toyota Yaris, which is the Fitz. What other cars are there with a different name? And then there's the Nissan Pulsar, which is also a Sunny. Yeah, this should be a win. Yep, and now we're done with Micro. Or are we? That Micro SR is painfully close. But he's not gonna get past. Not today. Ah. 7,000 it was, so it was pretty close, but close enough. Oh wow, we got only like 825, something like that for it. You can't even get rims with that money. But a car wash, yes. Would actually be interesting to see once we drive enough with the Impreza, the Lancer and R34, that once they get dirty enough later on, when I wash, they might look entirely different. That shine coming back. So many different colors. There's white, there's black, there's red, yellow and blue. So nearly all of the cars are different color. Well, there is another red, but it's more like wine red. Is it odd that in my opinion the front of the Evo looks kind of like a lion? I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but it just does. Oh, I just realized I didn't save the replay for the Micra. Darn it. Then again, I can always buy the Micra again and go for that track again, but I could have saved it, but I forgot completely. So either I do that again, or I just clip that, you know, straight from the stream instead of recording it separately. I could, though. It's not really that important if it's like the purest quality, as long as you can see. So I've streamed for almost 2 hours now. That's plenty. But I'm still gonna stream at least 5 hours. I mean, not 5 more hours, but 5 hours in total at least. So 3 more hours. Because we do need to play this plenty in one session so we can get to the destination faster. And also, hello Joseph. And Mickey. Welcome to La Stream. So Joseph, I just had another AI fail moment, but I completely forgot to save the replay. But at least we got it on stream. I looked at the replay, so I could just use that clip. I don't have to record it separately. It's fine. Ah, I missed you raging. Maybe you should highlight it then. Oh, and then obviously Joseph, you missed some tie races, because I didn't think it would be that tight, but I finished just hundreds and thousands ahead and behind AI. So I had some close battles. But oh well. I'm gonna upload this to YouTube anyway, so you can see for yourself. Slapping your knee. Like, fuck! Why is this boss so hard? Come on, man. Why am I such a piece of asphalt trash? Christ ho. Alright. Well, I mean, clearly your stream was less than 2 hours long, so obviously not, since you spent like over 4 hours, 4.5 in A8. So that's like twice the amount. Well, even more than twice actually. 1 point something. But yeah, currently I'm just farming money for another race mod. But yeah, I did tell you that I would be just farming, so you wouldn't be missing much, but obviously the 6 races in Special events were tougher than I thought because I was using weaker cars. Took me a while. Wait, what game? If it's the game you were streaming, then yeah, it was SpongeBob. Is that the game we were talking about? Yeah. Maybe you should get the SpongeBob quest for Bikini Bottom for PS2. Well, it's obviously for GameCube and Xbox as well, but whichever you prefer. And now I have either beaten or got far into all the GBA SpongeBob platformers. That's cool. Maybe one day you'll find yourself speedrunning them, but too early for the moment. Alright. So are you like planning to get all SpongeBob games? Ah, okay. I don't even know how many SpongeBob games there are, but apparently plenty. Like half a dozen at least. Maybe even almost a dozen. Oh my god. Jimmy Neutron. Oh my god. And what, next game you're gonna get also would be Cubics for PS1? I wonder how crap that game is. Or was it PS2? I think it was PS1. That one Cubics game. I think it was PS1 because I remember seeing it just lately. Searching for PS1 games. Oh, what was that texture sort of thing going on there? That was weird. Probably just resource saving so that the frames would not drop. Interesting. Yeah, fucking Jimmy Neutron. A huge head and with like Elvis Presley's hairstyle. Or well, almost. Yep. And then there's Sitting Ducks. You said you had Sitting Ducks for PS1, and you said that game's garbage. I remember watching Sitting Ducks, you know, occasionally, not like watching per se, but seeing it on TV, you know what I mean? So many obscure shows from back in the day. Interesting. And you remember Totally Spies? With that high school girl trio with their kind of superhero or just hero alter egos. And that random balding guy always supplying them with some gadgets. Yeah, like a childhood crush. I wonder what my childhood crush was. Probably, I don't actually remember her name, but one of the Winx Club girls. Would you recommend TS? What's TS? TS. Oh, well, obviously I don't remember very well anymore because when I watched it back in the day I was really young and I didn't understand shit, but Totally Spies is not the worst show in the world though. It's just some innocent and thick high school girls playing hero, kind of like Sailor Moon, but not quite to that extent. They're just having some jumpsuits on and using gadgets instead of kawaii powers. But yeah, Winx Club. I wasn't interested in the show, but one of the girls was definitely my childhood crush. And then I've also watched a few episodes today. I mean, a few episodes of My Life as a Teenage Robot. That show is also pretty interesting. Yeah, it's a decent show. Oh, and did any of you guys watch 16? Has the same animation style as Samurai Jack. But what definitely was in Canadian cable TV was 16 because it was pretty much Canadian animated. Yeah, that does sound pretty weird. Oh wait, I was actually speaking of Sailor Moon, and she was also like semi-crushed because I didn't watch that show a lot. But I don't know, I'd still pick one of the Winx Club girls. If I had to. Because you know Sailor Moon is anime and thus it's trash, like Joseph would think. But when it's not anime, it's not trash, surprisingly. What do you mean pseudo anime? Because it is anime. Obviously by... Or wait! Was it actually made by Japanese? No, it wasn't. It really does look like anime. But now I'm actually not sure who it was made by. Like what country. Now I'm totally mind-fucked. Yeah, I thought so. But still, I would definitely classify it as anime. Just because, due to the fact that it's made by Japanese. When Japanese animates something, it's anime. It's as simple as that, and it does look like anime, so... And it has typical anime qualities, you know, pretty girls, not necessarily with big cracks, but you know, long hair, sparkly eyes. And hey, even the original Moomins was basically an anime because it was animated by Japanese. But obviously the show wasn't known that well outside of Finland and Japan. Or like Sweden. But anywhere else, people are like, what the fuck's a Moomin? Yeah, the problem with anime is that it's perverted and just weird sometimes. Like, Japanese is the country of lewd in the world. Probably others as well, like Germany and America, obviously, but Japanese in particular are known for being pretty lewd and weird. Or just, let's not say weird, but unique. They stand out. I don't know, Joseph, I don't know. This world is a shitty place. Also, how many watchers are there at the moment? I wonder. Probably even close to 10, but I wouldn't want to get my hopes up. So yeah, I was talking about maybe around 10, and then there is 10. But that's pretty decent. And I'm sure once we get to the Manufacturer Monday, it's gonna be around 20. Peaking at over 20, most likely. Especially as it's a long stream, so people have more time to tune in. Even longer than what this is gonna be. Gotta do this one more race with the Lancer and then switch to the Impreza. Just for a refreshing change. Oh yeah, Fox, initial D. Am I right? Deja vu, gas. NANI? Kanske drifta? And now I am playing Gran Turismo. And I think in GT3 the was it S5 probably? In the S license you have the AE86 S Special State Route 5 with a damp track or a wet track, and that screams initial D. That was probably intentional though. Those Mimi Eurobeat songs are my least favorite Eurobeat songs. Meanwhile, there's me who doesn't actually have a favorite genre or even an artist. I just listen to separate and particular songs. I don't even have any albums that I like. I just like particular songs, like picks from here and there, different artists, different kind of music even. But usually it's like techno or electric music, and then there's rock and what else? I don't know. And then I also like kind of orchestra songs, epic music. It always works. But speaking of music, GT2's European soundtrack, it's nice. And then the American one is trash. But obviously it's kind of biased because I'm a European, but honestly the American soundtrack isn't that good. But yeah, I gotta say, most of the music I listen to is just video game music, but some tracks are really good. And I mean, even though the soundtrack in this game is obviously in a game, they're still real tracks, all of them. Like I'm talking about the race music. I know there's no feeder in GT2 in American version. The American version has just some weird songs. Oh boy, we're not gonna go test course. We're not gonna win with this car. We've tried. But this car is just too weak. Well, not really, Joseph, because I can't even remember, or do I even know what tracks are in the soundtrack? I don't even know the track names or the artists. So that's good. Yeah, in GT3 it's decent, but GT2 is just rubbish. Yeah, feeder is one of the things that made GT3 PAL soundtrack good. GT1's PAL soundtrack was also good. But wasn't it the same for America? At least very similar. Oh, you must be talking about 7 Days in the Sun. Yep. And then there's the ding 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 ding. He's got a brand new car. Looks like a Jaguar. It's got leather seats. It's got a CD player, 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 player. But I don't wanna talk about it anymore. Yeah, I love the beginning with the guitar. Ding 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 ding. Yeah, GT2 has a lot of copyright. But thankfully, since there's no weaving restrictions worldwide, it's fine. And I'm not even... I can't even monetize anymore, obviously, because of the new... what are they? New rules for being able to get a partner on YouTube. 1,000 subscribers, so I lost the partner because of that. Meanwhile, I didn't get shit from the monetization. Very good pronunciation. I only got like maybe $2 max, and obviously never received them because I would have had to have gotten more money in order to actually get it. But I think I said it wrong the first time. Monetization, it's actually monetization. And my partnership on YouTube actually started in a pretty funny way. Like, I had a private message from like a channel with no icon, just the name Race World TV is now recruiting, or is recruiting, something like that. It seemed very like spam-like, so it actually went through YouTube's spam detection and it was marked as spam. But then I decided, maybe this is legit, so I decided to go for it, and I got the partner. So It was pretty funny that it was legit despite seeming like a spam. But it was the real deal. Especially when the message was the typical, I particularly enjoyed insert video here. It was awesome. So of course it was flagged as spam, but no, it was actually legit. And that one time I even got an invitation to beta testing a racing game just because of my racing game uploads. But I did actually try out the game, but I never bothered to properly test it. I just gave it a try just because I could. With the key I was given. And the game was Quantum Rush, basically a Wipeout mock-up. Oh, so did you get an invitation as well, or did you get the demo when it became available? Yeah, okay. Yeah, around those times. 2013 was the shit. And maybe 2013 was also the time when I got the partner, or 2014. Probably 2013 though. Don't remember exactly, but it was years ago. Oh! I should keep my phone closer, damn it. Completely missed that follow by Kothek82. Damn, I'm not even sure if he's watching anymore. But yeah, thanks to Kothek82 for the follow. Much appreciated, even though I missed it. So, very sorry for that. Also, look where we are. Oh boy, GT2 is at it again. Would be funny if we got the same track and direction a third time in a row, but very slim chance of that happening. Got it happen once and then I got that fucking 4 times in a row, which was insane. More insane to think that all of those tracks was Rome 9, so the game trolled me very professionally. That run of manufacturer percent, it actually cost me the PB. I was on PB base, so the game knew and decided to deny the PB Or maybe one day I'll join you guys with all that monetizing. Once I obviously get 1k subs, I'll be able to have a partner again. Oh, you're still watching, Gothek. That's fantastic. Now I get to thank you in real time. Very much appreciated. Thank you for the follow. I'm sorry I missed it earlier. I should keep my phone there at all times so I can see. Have I peaked on YouTube yet? Or do you mean peaked as in looking? If so, no, I haven't. Yep, long live GD. There we go, I yeeted everything off my channel that isn't my own. Hopefully YouTube accept me this time. Well, I don't know what you mean by that then, Joseph. I just don't know. Well, Fox, the thing is, I wouldn't mind drinking, but I'm also kind of practicing for the manufacturer Monday, because obviously I need to play 8 hours straight, so I can't drink too much, because if I do, then it's gonna be a pain holding that piss in my bladder for the last parts of the run, so I need to kind of limit my drinking if I wanna cope. Well, yes, I have, Joseph, because well, you can just look at my highest viewed videos. Like the fucking license gold speedrun sample from years ago. That has like, what, 30k now? 30k views and 200 likes or something? Or even more? But obviously not even nearly all of my uploads are that good, there's just a few highly viewed, but then the rest are just average. $2.9 million, that's a lot. But I'm guessing it was like, oh, okay. I thought it was gonna be like an uploaded music track or something, because you know those get views. Just because people listen to music, but it's not actually your own content, but okay. I see. But yeah, I was told when I was streaming, was it yesterday or the other day or some day when I streamed, someone said if I want to have views and watchers, I should stream San Andreas, because apparently that's very popular. But obviously that'll never happen. I will get back to GTA 1, and then when I completed GTA 2, but only when I really feel like it. Because you know the first two GTAs, they're kinda bad games by nowadays standards. Shitty armor via MS Paint and then nearly 3 million views. Seems legit. How old was that video anyway? Like early 2000s or? And when I say early 2000s, I don't mean like the earliest, because obviously YouTube wasn't a thing back then. But yeah, I meant like mid 2000, sorry. My oldest videos are from 2007 as well, but obviously on my old account that doesn't exist anymore. But on my current channel, the oldest videos are from 2011. Back when I was a noob in LFS. So technically speaking, we've already reached my 10th anniversary, but if we want to go by my current channel, then wait a few more years, then we can celebrate that. Nice music skip. And that's only because I'm using the PS2 Fat. And why? Why not use the Slim? It's better. Well, the reason is that all of my memory cards are full, and the only memory card I have space on them are only recognizable by the Fat. The Slim doesn't recognize the cards, so I have to use the Fat in order to even do this. So otherwise I would use the Slim. Yeah. That's what I wonder as well about my fucking original license speedrun. The time is garbage, but people still watch it. I mean, it's not the worst run in the world because it's under 1 hour, but yeah, people keep watching that and commenting on it, and I just say that they're wasting their time. And I remember when I updated the description, I was like, wow, 1k and 2k views, and now it has like 30k, so I won't bother updating it anymore. And it's kind of funny keeping that 1k and 2k amazement in the description, and then people can look back at, holy shit, plenty of views from back in the day. I mean, the views have gone a lot higher from back in the day. But yeah, it's probably like 33k at this point. I don't even know. And then my GT3 license speedrun, which is still my fastest time because I haven't run that since then. It probably has less than 20k, or just about 20. Yeah, and then for my license speedrun video, it's like it's getting recommended for people that have watched plenty of GT videos. Pops up in the recommended just because of the views. And people just click on it and don't bother watching like what else my channel has to offer. They just see that video, click on it, and then like, oh shit, you're the best GT player ever. You're a god at this game, wow. Like, yeah, the time isn't the worst in the world, less than 1 hour for all the licenses in gold isn't that bad, but my current PB is almost sub 50, so nearly 10 minutes faster. Of course it has. Like, when I'm not logged in, it keeps recommending my own videos just because I have a peek at them while not logged in. Or if not, recommending separate videos. It's like recommending that a recommended channel to make A5, and I'm like, yeah, I know. Probably because I am him. Or then be like, this guy seems cool. I might as well follow him or subscribe him. But wait, where have I seen this guy before? He seems so familiar. Oh, right. And Brett, I still need to do GT4 mission percent. I'm still missing a decent run. But I'm gonna make it happen someday this month. Because obviously this month is all I have because before I return to school on the 6th of August. So I still have like 1 month to use before the streams become less regular. Even if I did another GT2 PAL run, I forgot most stuff and no idea if I still have my notes saved. Yeah, I wouldn't remember how the GT2 any percent run would go anymore. And I actually mailed my notes to Joseph just for the memes. Don't need them anymore, and he can keep them as a memento. I hope he will never get rid of them. Yeah, I am glad. Also had the exhumed 100% notes. Yeah, it's stupid, but you just don't get rid of it, because if you do, then you'll feel bad about it. One of those things that you basically wouldn't have to save because they don't serve any purpose. They're just dumb, but you still want to keep them, because if you do get rid of them, feel like you've gotten rid of something important, even though it's really not that important. It's just the feels. Like, I feel bad for getting ultimately real of one video I made. It was so stupid, but now I really miss it, so I wish I never got rid of it. Because, you know, sometimes you just have that feeling that, hey, I want to look at this again. Just because I'm curious, I feel like watching it again, but can't do that for that video anymore. Should always think twice before you remove anything from your childhood or older days. Because if you get rid of them, there's no going back. I have plenty of old crap saved. I also feel bad that my old drawings that were on an external HDD are at least for a moment forgotten and gone, because the HDD, I accidentally dropped it on the floor once and then it just refused to work on the PC, so unless we can find a way to retrieve that data, they're gone. Because I would like to have a look at my old drawings. There was actually some decent stuff there. Would be nice to have a look at, but free and valuable advice to anyone: don't drop an external HDD, it will not like it. Like, even if it's protected, it's most likely gonna break when you drop it. Just like a phone, even if it's protected, there's always a chance. But of course, phones are less fragile. I would really require a new phone, because the iPhone I have is screwed. Not only the screen, but it doesn't have a functioning headphone anymore. You know, when you're calling someone you don't hear them, so I have to speak on speaker. Then the front camera also doesn't work, so the phone doesn't even function properly anymore, but at least it still works, apart from those two lost features. Yeah. And you know, HDD's failing is unfortunate because you never know when it's gonna happen. I mean, obviously, you can count the years it's been used for, but some HDDs break earlier than others, and there could be a faulty HDD, even if it's a good manufacturer or something, it might still break too early and then you lose all that data. It's just you never know when it's gonna happen. Just like with any PC part, they might suddenly fail. And that is why quality, what's the fucking word? That's why looking after quality, checking the quality in the lines is important. so you don't get unfortunate accidents. I guess the word I was looking for was quality control. Yeah. With SSDs being developed soon, we don't have to use HDDs at all. Especially as you know, when SSDs were first released, they were fucking expensive, but now they are pretty cheap. They're getting cheaper constantly as they develop them more. Like my HDDs were pretty expensive when they were bought, but if I bought the same ones now, they would be like at least 1/3 cheaper. Yeah, HDDs are good when they're not used at all, isn't it? So at least they're useful at something. Yeah, that's a lot. You could get like a decent GPU with that money. And you could get like a dozen HDDs with that money. No, more than a dozen. Over a dozen HDDs with 300. Really? So they are almost as cheap as HDDs now. I didn't actually know because I haven't followed. Also, fuck your driving lines, because I haven't followed the development. So they are just about as cheap as HDDs now. That's pretty cool how fast they've developed and gotten cheaper. Because I don't even have a 500 GB SSD on my computer. Just like 240s or something. So I might actually have to think about buying some SSDs if they're really that cheap. Because I don't have a lot of money, but if they're that cheap, then I might as well replace the SSD. Or my 2 SSDs with just one. But yeah. I would have to upgrade my PC a little bit anyway. Like I have the 1060 GTX, but that's not the best on the market anymore. We have 1070 or even 1080. So I could afford to get a slightly more powerful PC, but you know, if I had money, I would upgrade a little bit. And even though GTA 5 is an old game, the remaster, I guess you could say, for the PC still requires plenty of power from the PC if you want to run it smooth and in high quality. But the GTA 5 running smoothly mostly has to do with all that object drawing, pedestrians, buildings, cars, everything, and that's the most That's the reason why GTA 5 lags. Just the drawing everywhere. Right, so we have 200k almost. That's enough money for two racing modifications. And I have streamed for 3 hours now. Or wait, no, 2 hours. 3? 2? 3 hours. 3 hours. So we're either halfway done or just over halfway done, because I might stream for 2 hours more or 3, depending on how I feel. So I have no idea. But obviously the longer we play the better, for 2 reasons. One, we will get this little self-imposed challenge and little project to be done faster, as well as have some practice for manufacturer percent. The longer I can keep playing, the better. Then I should have no problem with the manufacturer Monday, no stress. It would be just, you know, doable. Funny that this track has a pier, even though you won't need it, because there's no endurance on this track. But maybe if you were to have a race in arcade mode against someone, then yeah, pit would be needed. But I'm just saying that in GT mode there's no endurance for this track. And hello Retro, how's it going? That's good. Love how the chat already broke. God damn it, Twitch. It broke for me one stream as well, when I was having connection issues. I couldn't see anything that everyone else posted, so I just assumed that they went mute. But in reality I missed a lot of messages, and then I felt bad after the stream because I should have just F5'd the chat. But I thought it was gonna be okay, so I just thought everyone went mute, but no, they were talking to me, but I never saw their messages. So that was awkward. So, Retro, any progress on the licenses? Wait, what are you talking about, Joseph? I could hear you because I was obviously conversing with you. Alright, well, you'll get there, and then you just have to do IA, and what you feel is the most difficult S, but I think you should do fine. Yeah, I can kind of see why you thought you might have been muted, because I just said, well, see you then. Or see you then. You might have interpreted that as you not replying to me, and I was like, fuck it, see you then. But no, I could hear you. Unless you're talking about later in the stream, because I wasn't watching. I only watched the beginning when you were launching the game, and then left. Yeah, that is also very annoying. Like, some people don't even get a notification, some people get it hours late, but I always get the notifications right on time. The second they go live, I get the notification. Well, obviously there's a few second delay, but I always get the notifications on time, so I don't get what's wrong with some people not receiving their notifications on time, or even receiving. But yeah, come on Twitch, fix your seat. I actually didn't nail that black impression, but I was meaning to like, man, come on Twitch, fix your shit. Also, Joseph and the others, do you like my pastebin file for this stream? Especially the last one. I mean, the last line. Nice pasting file. It's the best pasting file I've ever seen in my life. Fucking autocorrect. I'll go jump off a cliff now and be a damn vegetable forever. Don't go that far, Mickey. You have a lot to live for. You still have a lot to give to the world. Don't give up. We still need you to be a dick. Yeah, that's what I meant with the last. Well, then you need to find a new profession, a new purpose in life, I guess. Fuck, now I'm laughing at it myself. Okay, how long is it gonna take? Yes. But yeah, it's gonna take fucking long. Just because the money grinding is so slow. Gonna switch the car again. And that's the only reason I'm keeping these cars, so I can switch now and then. Wow. That sounds so depressing. Someone needs to cheer Mickey up. I don't believe that my stream is enough. He needs something else. Probably needs dark memes and dank memes. Yeah, I need the well, it's not actually the worst case. If you jump off the cliff and be paralyzed. If you die, then it would obviously be less worse, because when you're paralyzed for life, you have to live a pretty pathetic life after that. But still, dying would be no better. I'm not encouraging you to jump hard enough. You shouldn't do that at all. Nor should you do anything else that would self-harm you. Don't do that, seriously. So, does even Mickey love himself? I think he is the only person who doesn't love Mickey. I don't know, I could be wrong, but I get that impression from this kind of talk. Obviously he's not serious, but you never know, right? Just do what I want to do and give yourself the Lane Staley treatment. Just stay cooped up indoors and waste away until you're a skeleton. Oh dear. I just came to a sudden realization that, oh shit, I need to eat. But I'll do a few more races at least, before I eat and have a break. Also, what should I show during that break now? Because last time I did golden licenses, but maybe this time I should show something different during the break. Just wonder what that is. And I should also choose the final version of the dealership music for GT2 GT3 instead of the original version. I wonder what I should put running in the background, or foreground in this case, but in the background while I eat. Or maybe I should just show a bit of a dealership percent. That could work. No, I meant that I will be eating on my own, without mic, without webcam, and just have something running on the stream while I'm eating. Like some video with GT3 dealership music. And I mean, the video doesn't have to be that long. Less than 1 hour is long enough. But yeah, I'm still wondering what video to choose. I could even have some GDA racing running in the background. Yeah, now I know, a great idea. I'm gonna have my GDA racing with that one guy whose name I can't really remember. He had a very complex name, but he's a god in GTA racing. I tried my very hardest, but I could not win against him. I had a playlist and I lost to him on every fucking race. I tried my hardest, but I just couldn't beat him. He was too consistent and too fast. So I should have that running in the background. It's gonna be a long time until I run into someone else like him in GTA. Someone that's actually competent in racing. So I'm really glad I ran into him, but sadly he hasn't been online ever since, nor has he even accepted my friend request. So he was just like passing by and then just leaving because he didn't find a challenge. I said that I could not remember his name. It was something like Renaida Zinaida, or Renoda Zinaida, something like that. A very complex name, a very indifferent name, but if you wanna check out the video yourself, it's called The Day I Was Happy to Lose. Obviously referring to the fact that I didn't win even a single race against him. Though whenever I did have a chance to win, I screwed up myself, but either way, he was really fast and consistent. So it would be nice to race against him again, so I would have some GTA racing content. Not just me being in first place and waiting for the others to finish, but actually race against someone. For real. Yeah, I know, Joseph, but I mean, like, racing against someone door to door. Like, constantly racing against someone. Of course, that does happen in K races, compact races, I think, but when we get to supers, the gap is quite drastic. And we haven't even had a close race in the Los Santos Tour race. We were just mainly testing cars. Yeah, I know, I kid. Alright. I was just making sure. Alright, here's an idea. I'm gonna grind to 300k and then have a break. Or a little over 300k, so it should be enough for those 3 cars. Especially as when I do the other 2, I will get money from those. Yeah. Premium races always have good drivers, at least the top 3, but the rest are noobs. It's always kind of a challenge to win the premium race. I've only won 1, I think, and other times I've just barely finished in top 3 or outside, especially if it's on a track I don't even know. So yeah, I haven't exactly dominated premium races. Some also sometimes have a better car than you, like okay, I have an XA21 or something, but they have a Wagner. Or even if I used the Wagner, I didn't win because some had a better car, and now there's the Divest 8, which I won't even get. Yeah, that's what I said last time when I streamed GT2. It really irks me how the cars are aligned like that, whether it was intentional or not. It's pretty annoying. It irks me. Like, I mean, surely they tested the game so they didn't even bother changing it because it was rushed in development, or it was actually intentional, but I don't think it was. 1-1-1-1 Formula 1 Season 1. Oh god. That press conference was such cancer. Feel bad for Juan to having to endure that. I think it was rushed in the way that they could have changed it if they wanted to, but since they were already hitting the deadline, they just tested the game itself works, but they didn't bother changing the grid anymore, even though they could have. 200 exactly at the line. Nice. Oh dear. But I initially read that as ah ha 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 ha. But yeah, I get what you mean. The face when you have to explain your joke. That fucking engineer was dense. Yeah, it's like, yeah, like a horse with horns. I know it doesn't make any sense, but it's like he was trying to find a way to explain the animal without having to use words like elk or reindeer. So I was like, ah, a horse with horns, you know? That kind of an animal. Speaking of the Austrian Grand Prix, finally we had a proper race to the end. A fight on track and finally someone else than a Mercedes driver winning. So it was refreshing again for a change. When it comes to low downforce and high-speed tracks, Mercedes is struggling. So I'm convinced that Ferrari will dominate the Italian Grand Prix. Would be nice if they finally won that, because you know last time was probably by Kimi or even Schumacher in 2006. I don't even remember when Ferrari last won in Monza, but it's been like a decade. So now they have a realistic chance because their car is more built to top speed. And they have a slightly more powerful engine than Mercedes, so they're good on the straights. So they should do fine on Monza. Oh, absolutely. I mean, Bottas is not that far behind. He's like one victory and a few points behind, but it's not that much. I mean, if Lewis like has a DNF on some race, then suddenly the gap will be very close again. Of course, the likelihood of that is very, very small, but do remember Hamilton did retire in 2016 Malaysian Grand Prix, and ultimately that cost him the title, so you need to watch the entire season to be sure, but obviously it's looking good for him at the moment. But yeah, someone else than a Mercedes driver. Obviously, no one else has a chance but the two Mercedes drivers. They are just too good. What's that thing on the right side of your Lancer's hood? I don't actually know, but it kind of looks like a hatch, like something you can use to open the hood, but I'm not sure. Must be something like that, a hatch. Or then it's like some sort of cooling, I don't know. At first I thought it was a signature, but no. It must be some actual part. Let's have a look. Oh, it's actually an intercooler, or you know, like it's like a scoop. It's just hard to see from here because the texture is all fucked up, but yeah, I mean, you should have even compared Gasly to the top 5. Gasly is so far away, man. I mean, he was lapped by his fucking teammate in a Red Bull in the Austrian Grand Prix, so he's even worse than Palmer, so that's how bad it is. He's even worse than Palmer, and Palmer already was bad. Yeah. They should finally decide to fire him. Maybe even under the next Grand Prix, or after the next Grand Prix, if he doesn't improve one little bit. But yeah, let's see if we can see this car on a better camera angle, because I'm pretty sure it's one of those hoods with those multiple steps. I don't know how to call them, but you know what I mean. Like a grill almost, but not quite. A hood with steps. Okay, so let's have a look. So basically these angles won't do. There you could almost see it, but the texture is all fucked up. Let's see if we can get a good look at it from this angle. That guy has the same car. Yeah, it's obviously just a texture with no depth. Just like the front intakes. That was too far away. Yeah, you can't even get a good opportunity to look at it. And I doubt it's better in the garage, especially as the angle is quite low. There you could almost see it, but the texture is always a little bit warped and deformed. But anyway. So it's basically just an extra hood intake. Yeah. Raikkonen is kinda dominating him. Old Fox versus a pretty troublesome beginner rookie. Because when he was driving for Sauber, like China 2017, he crashed out just like he did in the qualifying, so he's not the best, let's just say. There's Leclerc, Verstappen, Lando Norris, all of those guys, and George Russell even. that's better than him. He's just very average, kind of like Ericsson. Nothing special. He's just there. He's not really impressing anyone. At least not yet. Well, I'm pretty sure they won't. Because in order for them to score points, something major shit would have to happen, and or like half of the field would retire. Because they're easily the slowest car in the field, and half a field retiring doesn't seem that likely at all. Nowadays we only get a few cars at most. So it's very unlikely. And even if major shit goes down, they still have to win by pace. Even if they are on softer tires, they're still very slow, so I doubt they will get any points this season. Would be a miracle if they scored even one. Kinda like Jules Bianchi in Monaco. Was it 2014? I mean, of course it was 2014 because he unfortunately had the accident in 2014. Yeah, he has. Goes all the way to 2012 with HRT, failing to score any. I love how in Krill the Grid, Christian Horner called HRT the hormone replacement team. He was obviously joking, but HRT was a meme and a half. So I'll do 2 more races and then have a break. And don't worry, I'll also... Well, I won't change the stream title, but I will add a text saying that I'm on a break. Last time I had nothing, so I left people to wonder. It's also been a while, now that I think about it, when Fusimi last came to watch a stream. Or maybe he has been watching but just lurking, but he hasn't said anything in a while. Don't remember when the last time was. But though I understand if it's because of GT2, I'm always, I say always, but often playing it, so probably not interested until I play something else. Okay, one more race. That's a lot of money, yo. 300k from just grinding this shit. So obviously it is doable, but it's just very time consuming. I don't even know how many parts long this is gonna be. At least 50, I'd say, to get all that money. Because we literally need millions to do all the manufacturer races. Well, maybe 50 is pushing it a little too far, but at least like 30 parts. 20 at least. Well, honestly, it's not that boring for me, because even though I'm just, you know, there's no competition, I'm just winning each race by default, but it's still sorta exciting for me, because I try to drive as fast as I can, putting effort into driving. But it is boring in the sense that I keep using the same car, but at least the tracks vary. If I had to drive the same track over and over again, that would be even worse. Like a typical money grinding spot at the same track, like Red Rock Valley, with the Speed 12 price car, that would be annoying as heck to grind. Because driving the same track also would be hella repetitive, kinda like doing an endurance. But at least we have different tracks. Yeah, and yet you thought you had it in yourself to do 99 laps of Lazarth. So yeah, I have a decent endurance. Still nothing compared to Brett though. Here in San Andreas for like, how many hours? Well, at least 23 or 22 hours straight. The San Andreas 100% run. No way in hell I'm doing more than 10 hours. And I say 10 hours because there's a possibility I will do endurance percent one day. But I'm still thinking about it, because that would be a very repetitive and demanding run to do, but I'm just saying that 10 hours is the max for me at the moment. Because I've never done streams this long before. I did my first manufacturer percent. Anyway, now we're gonna take a break. Gonna eat and rest a little bit, and then we will do at least 2 more hours. So let me just set everything up for the break. Okay, so yeah, we're back. I just looked at Joseph's comment, but I did tell him before I went to the break that I wouldn't change the stream title, just add that sliding text saying I'm on a break, because, you know, no need to change the title at all. Anyway, now we're at that decision again, which car should we race mod. So besides these on the screen right now, we have the Sirion at the bottom, but all of these cars, choose one of them and I will race mod it. No, it was just a video. Just a video that I've uploaded into YouTube a long time ago, racing against a guy that was absolutely dominating me in those races. Obviously I did do some mistakes myself too, but I didn't win a single race. He was just that good. I would have had to have driven flawlessly in order to beat him, but he was just too good. It's so sad he hasn't logged in ever since, because I would really enjoy racing with him again. But anyway, let's not stray off topic. I don't know if others are here right now, but yeah, you have to choose one of these cars and race tune it. But I have money for 3 cars to race modify, so it doesn't matter if we choose the wrong car at first. But I think I'd like to get rid of the car for starters. So I can't stand driving this car, so... Wait, Mini? There was no Mini there. So I don't know what you're talking about. Yep, I have one of those too. She likes to steal my armrest, so I can't rest my elbow on it. Oh, I'm gonna go with the white one. Now let's see if we can beat the AI with this car, because obviously hasn't been tuned. It's still stock. So if the AI is too fast, I'll have to tune a little bit. There is a Mini in GT2, but I clearly asked you one of these cars shown right here, and I didn't see any Mini there. And I don't have to see a Mini, because I'm 100% sure I haven't bought it yet. So, too bad, November. They are pretty fast, but let's see if we can even get close. If I can, then it's tuning time. Oh no, we can actually catch up. But is it enough? We'll see. Right now, we're not grinding for anything right now, but well, just see the pace bin link so I don't have to explain. Yeah, they're too fast. I'll put a muffler and that should be plenty. Okay. Second try. High speed ring, oh boy. Okay, that's good. Nice sound, by the way. Okay. In your workday? If so, then I don't even want to know where you work. Of course it's not bullshit, it's kid shit. We are a little bit faster, but I don't think we're fast enough. The muffler did make us faster by a little bit, but they're hauling ass still. So I need to add at least the computer. Yeah. We're not gonna win. Yeah, we almost finished last. Oh. Wow, what was the gap to fourth? Basically nothing. Just a few thousands. But yeah, we need to at least add the computer. Not really, no Zimber. He's just being a realist. We had no chance there, simple as that. No amount of driving skill can overpower those overtuned OP AI cars. I'm not confident that the computer is enough, so let's do board grinding as well. Even though it only adds 1 HP, it might still show in the performance. Oh, high speed ring again. Cool. It's a retry, although this is reverse, but either way. Never give up, always believe. That what you had in mind? It's funny how the AI always gets such a good start, but when I finally catch up, they're really slow. It's like they have a better clutch or a launch control or whatever. Gets such a good launch, but then I eventually catch up after a few corners. Uh-oh. They're still going fast. But if we manage to create big enough gap for the second lap, we might win, but sure, no Zumper, I can do that if you give me your login details. But you better not go bragging to others that, hey, I just beat Entropy in the time trials. Even if you did, no one would give a shit because beating Oxide is a far more formidable achievement. Yeah, I'm not gonna win. I'm not even gonna finish 5th. Because the cars are hauling ass. But I definitely don't want to add a turbo, because that's taking the easy way out. With a turbo we'll easily win. So I'll use the remaining cards. Engine balancing. Wait, is there NA tune? Nope. And no increasing the displacement. But I wonder if we're not gonna do it with these, then we have to take a turbo. But it's so silly. You can't race close. You have to either dominate them or lose the race. No, not Grand Valley. Because, you know, I took all the performance tunes other than turbo and we were not close enough. But when I take the turbo, we're gonna dominate, so it's like the game wants you to overpower the car. Of course, if I had a different track, I might be able to, like the Grand Valley Speedway. It's such a long track. A lot can happen, but no. Yeah, right back at you, November. Losing speed and uphill. Not surprised. think they're slightly faster, not too much though. So we might have a chance here. Okay, yeah. If we get the next lap done perfectly, nailing it, then we'll win. So no need for that turbo. I think the developers intended this, that you must get every tune. If you don't want to get the turbo, then you must get all the other tunes. Stand a chance. So you actually have to do something else than just get the racing modification and weight reduction. So you also have to tune the car. No, I haven't nose them bursts because I haven't bothered. I get nothing out of them, except, you know, beating entropy gives entropy and beating oxide gets oxide. But I already have oxide too, because I bought the oxide edition. So yeah, I haven't bothered doing them because it gives me nothing. And I won't be using entropy. But eventually I'll get around to it. When I'm like really bored. So yeah, it's all depending on the last corner now, because we are behind, but if we get it done perfectly, then we might just swoop past. Oh, come on, baby. Come on. No. Still not. Okay. But let's try another track. Because this was dependent on top speed, but if we had a track with couple like complex turns and like Autumn Ring, then we would win for sure. We just need a different track. That was too dependent on speed. This might do. This might actually cut it. It's 2 very short laps though, so let's see what we can do here. The AI is not particularly good in this track. I don't know how to kind of translate that to a to an international sense, but basically potato cubes and small little meatballs, like a mix. Very basic food, but so good when you add some salt. I roast some very often when I feel like lazing around. And down to 6th again. Let's see how lap 2 goes. Like I said, AI isn't very good on this track, and look at the line they're taking there. Fucking taking the inside line, you should be sweeping from the outside to the inside. That's more optimal AI. But I'm already smelling a defeat. Would be a miracle if we even finish second. So it's not always just about the car's tunes, but also the track. Well, third it is. Or fourth, yeah. Gonna try one more time, and if that doesn't work, then I'll have to depend on the turbo. Trial Mountain might actually be good. Obviously the long straight with the tunnel and the trees is gonna be bad for this car, but or this setup, but everything else should be good. Probably not gonna be enough. I kind of feel like trying another race after this because it might depend on the track. I mean, this was a pretty good one for this setup, but it's obviously not enough. Sure, we were able to overtake the slowpokes, but not the top 4 or 3 actually. Well, try again, Ozember. That's all I can say. Also, what does that mean? And I got hit by fire. Okay, this is gonna be the last one. One more time, and then we have to depend on the turbo. Not this track. Too much straight. Needs to be a track full of turns. Because the AI doesn't really excel in the turns, but on the straights they're rockets. No. Not gonna try it again, even if it is reverse. No. It needs to be a very specific kind of track, like a Rome Night, for example. Special State Route 5, something like that would be good. Or even Deep Forest. Grindelwald won't be good enough, I think. Test course, not a chance. Would take way too long with these cars, plus I wouldn't have a chance to win. The AI would just smash me on the straights. But if only I had the turbo there, it might have been interesting, but who knows. No east section, I already told you, game. But if we get Grant Valley Speedway, I'm willing to try. Because it's such a long track. Things can happen. Okay, there we go, Rome Night. If I can't beat the AI here, then I have to resort to the turbo, and then we will destroy the AI. But let's look this race through. Yeah, this is such a cool track. If only we saw this in the later GT games. This is so many cool turns in my opinion. Like the hairpin here. I have a good feeling about this race. This time I might get it. Assuming, of course, I wouldn't do mistakes like that. Then again, I also think that, okay, I got all the performance engine-wise tunes, but if I added something like a flywheel, better clutch, I might be a lot closer. So it's not always about the engine, but I never touched the flywheel and stuff. And the reason I don't use them in the stream, I mean, the speedruns is because I would just waste money. I mean, not waste money, but time in the menus, because you know, all the time you spend in the menus has to be gained back on the track. If you don't, then it's meaningless. You have to do a lot of menuing to get those flywheels. But if they make a big difference, then of course it's worth it. But yeah, the mistake in the start of the last lap cost me quite a lot, so not gonna happen. The second track, as in Ruse Tubes. Well, I got second place. I kinda wanna try again, because, honestly... But that's not the second track, technically speaking, that's the third one. But I know what you mean. But fuck. Second place. Feels like we can do it, we just have to get everything right. Because I did that one mistake and it cost us ultimately. Wait, so Mystery Caves was actually listed second there. I thought it was Crash Cove then, or Cove. And then Ruse Tubes and Mystery Caves. Could be wrong. But I thought it was in that order. Unless you've already done Crash Cove, then began with Ruse Tubes and considered that like the first track. If that makes any sense. Weird, okay. Because I'm pretty sure in the original it would be like Crash Cove, then Ruse Tubes, Mystery Caves and Sewer Speedway, or the other way around. Alright. And while I was talking I did a big mistake on that hairpin, so that might have cost us again, especially as this track depends more on acceleration and top speed. No, it's not all your fault. And you're the one who told me to be positive. It was just my fault. I was looking at a bad time. Come on, November, be more positive. Positivity, happy Pride Month. Wait, what? Yep. That's it for this race. Everyone's just coming past. Unless I somehow get a good exit, I might be able to, but it's not gonna happen. It's like we're so painfully close, but once I take the turbo, we'll dominate them. So it's like, come on. We can do this without a turbo. We just need a perfect race because we did that mistake on the hairpin. So I'm gonna keep trying until we waste like years on this. Autumn Ring, there we go. I was hoping for that track. That's the most optimal for these cars. The longest straight is the finish straight, and even that is pretty short. So we should get it here. We should get the job done here. Nice music. But yeah, I'm feeling optimistic. I'm almost smelling the victory. Obviously there we just lost. Would have lost if that was the last lap, but since it isn't, we have a chance. And this time I shouldn't fuck up. I did anyway. Well, slightly at least. Okay, I need to nail these corners. No, come on. We're so painfully close. I don't want to give up yet when we can almost smell the victory. Jesus Christ. I say that we're getting closer and closer, and it's true. Okay, we finished second like every other time, but there's no such thing as 1.5 position. But the gap is getting smaller. Trial Mountain obviously won't work. And that's too short. Would be fun if we got Grand Valley Speedway. I'd definitely. Yeah, Mickey, you're not allowed to curse here, even though I'm a bad example, because I do that occasionally when I'm like slightly frustrated or just don't give a fuck, so to say. No Clubman. No Trial Mountain. No midfield, no test course. No Seattle. Actually, I don't know about Seattle. But it has plenty of straights, so I wouldn't get my hopes up. Grand Valley section obviously won't work. I got the perfect idea. You two should fight in CDR because Nosember still has a lot to learn and Mickey doesn't like the game, so it would be a perfect match for you two guys. Settling it in CDR. What do you mean obvious? He doesn't even like the game. But yeah, Rome Knight. Attempt 2. Same direction too. Yeah, I secretly fanboys the game, but is too hesitant to tell others, or embarrassed or something. Oh, so you were just you were playing me! Fuck you, cunt. Get his. Is what? How are the cars so slow this time? I mean, I say that, but I'm nearly first on this straight. Or maybe the AI is like finally pitying me because I can't win. So they're about to let me win. Like I'm having first on the first lap. Almost. It's obvious that this race is staged, giving me false belief that I can actually beat them fair and square. My cat's seeing dreams. She's like stuttering. Not stuttering, shuddering and twitching. Okay, screw you, GT. Looks like I have to take that turbo. It's funny that we can consistently get second place, but the first guy is always too fast. And hey, voice. How's it going? Unfortunately, I have to turbo this car. I've tried like 10 times now, almost a dozen times, without turbo, but with port grinding. Port grinding, computer, muffler, all that stuff, but now we have to resort to the turbo. Hey, Burrow. Yeah, I used the analog. So now we have a turbo in the car, and I will just absolutely dominate, which isn't the way I wanted it to be, but if the game wants it, then sure, why not? And I mean, Borrow, who in their right mind would actually play this game with a D-pad? It's a racing game for goodness sake, and pretty good for its time too, so using an analog is a must. Not a must, but it gives you the best experience. Okay, bye bye, bye bye, bye bye. See you at the finish line. Bye bye, see you at the finish line. Not only the physics, but the amount of cars too. This game had a lot to offer for a PS1 game. Of course, let's keep in mind I have the computer chip and muffler, but obviously I cannot get rid of board grinding and engine balancing. But still, even if I drove without the chip and muffler, I would still easily win. So once you put that turbo in, they are in the horizon, but only this time in the other one. I not understand you, but I see joy. Okay, whatever you say. Read the paste bin. I don't have to explain anything. It's on the stream title, unless you're watching from mobile, then I'll gladly explain. But wait, yeah, you can see it obviously because you mentioned grinding and it's in the title, so just have a look at the paste bin. Yeah, they're not even that far, but I'm guessing it's just rubber banding. If there was no such thing, they would be just driving with their own kind of ability and resources, then they would be further behind. Either way, now we're finally done with this. Fuck you, GT, for putting me up with this nonsense. I wouldn't count this as a speedrun because there's no timer. And you know, I have to do it in parts, it's just too long. I don't know how I have no idea how long it's gonna take, but it's gonna take long. Like 20 parts at least. Probably more, 30, 40, who knows. I don't even want to think about it, it's just so time consuming. Anyway, just like then, I'll let you guys decide which car to race mod next. You can choose anything that's on the list right here. All the cars that are visible here. Okay, so Voice said S2000, Overbite goes with Civic. And hello, by the way, Overbite. 2 votes for Civic, and thanks for the follow, Overbite. Much appreciated. 2 votes for Civic. But if there are no objections, we'll just go with the Civic. These are the cars currently. I mean, I do have these three on the top, but two of them won't be needed, and the Skyline I will save it for later. But it looks like we're going with the Civic then. This might be a bit overpowered, but whatever. We've suffered enough at the hands of the car, so let's just deal with it. Of course it's overpowered, it's a Honda, it has VTEC. Ja moro vitsi! Voi vitsi, kun tulit katsomaan. Joo, paljon se kello on? Se on kohta 7:30. Kattoo vielä kuinka kauan mä pelaan. Ei oo kiire. No sitten mä saatan pelata vielä sen tunnin ainakin. Nyt kattoo nyt miten jaksaa. While I agree that the NSX is great, I still think that the S2000 is the best car. Or it's hard to judge. It's like NSX and S2000 are both good in their own ways. You know, because they're two different cars, totally different cars, it's hard to choose one of them. Eikä mitään Slender-modia. Mä halusin vaan pelata liporyöstöjä. Ja mä en tykkää kauhupeleistä, niin ois kiva jos sitä CTF. Haista eteen vittu. My summer car teaches me all the Finnish I need to know. Also Cats got his claws stuck in me. There we go. And no, I don't mean in me, I mean my pants. Cats have very sharp claws, if you didn't know. But yeah, the good thing is we are not overpowered. Joo, sillä on aika pitkät karvat. Tommonen pörrönen. We would have actually won here if it was the last lap, funny enough. Yeah, you like my pussy? I mean, what the hell am I if I say you like my pussy? Oh god, what is this chat turn into? Se on maatiainen. Mut siinä näyttää olevan esimerkiksi Scottish Foldia, koska sillä on semmoset luppakorvat. Tai sitten joku muu rotu, millä on samanlainen geeni. Et se näyttää ihan pöllöltä. Niin joltakin huuhkajalta, kun sillä on vähän niinku semmoset korvat. Mä kutsunkin sitä aina semmosiksi huuhkajan poikasiksi. Sitten kun se ei maukaan kunnolla, se ei edes kovin äänekäs kissa, se on tosi hiljainen, niin se on hyvä kun se välillä maukuu, niin vähän niinku olis huhuilua. Voi siinä olla Maine Coonia, kun sillä on tommonen niinku valkoinen kaulus. Ja loput turkista on sitten tummempaa. Ja sitten tietenkin myös nuo tassut on valkoiset, mutta muuten se on kokonaan tumma. Tämmönen tummanruskea, vähän vaaleanruskeata musta. But yeah, I was wrong. I thought that the Civic Type R would be OP as hell, but we didn't win by that much. Of course, the AI could not take those fast sections that fast, but still. And what's our next car gonna be? Niin, voi olla. Mä en ota rotuja hirveän hyvin tiedä, mutta siinä on varmaan aika monta rotua. So yeah, if you don't consider the Lancer at the top, here are the other cars that are available for racing modifications. Mickey wanted to see the 500R. I kind of want to get rid of it as well because it's such a slow ass car. So yeah, we have the vote for 500R. The voice says as well. Okay, we're gonna go with that. This little piece of shit. Now the color, I kinda wanna go with this. Yeah. No joo, vois kai tulla perässä. Mutta kunhan ei sitä Slender-modia. Tavoitteet sitä pelata, kun mä en oo siellä, mutta sitten kun mä tuun, niin sitten kyllä CTF. And thanks for the follow, voice. Much appreciated. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Gotta go faster, 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 faster. Running at the speed of sound. The first lap doesn't look very promising. We might need to add some tunes. I already have them, by the way. I already tried the computer chip, muffler, all that stuff before I applied the turbo, but just like with the car, I needed to rely on turbo. It's just not fast enough otherwise. Well, let's see, we still have one more lap, so things might happen. Okay, up to first. But can we keep it? That will be the question. Obviously we lost it there, but let's see this thing through all the way. Hey, fuck you, man. You hindered my performance there. And you! Same guy, I'm guessing. So dirty. You cost me the win there, you know that? I mean, if there ever was any chances, but that certainly didn't help. So yeah, no chance, especially after that little bumping. So I have to add something into the machine. Okay, let's see what we can do. Or what we should do, what I think is good enough. So we have the performance chip. Oh no, we don't actually. Turbo kit we do have, and stage 2. Let's take the muffler off, take stage 2. And that's it, huh? I thought we had the performance chip, but we haven't done engine balance or port polish, so... Turbo 2, no muffler, let's see. Should be enough though. I bought the stage 1 just because Turbo 2 was too OP in the normal style race. But it might be just the amount we need for the race style. It's not like significantly faster by the look of things. And what a better track to do this than at Rome circuit, considering we're driving with Italian cars. Rome short would have sufficed, but oh well. Yeah, I think you're gonna smash the competition. Yeah. This feels like a victory. If we can already keep first during the early parts of the lap. That was a little bit slow. But I'm telling you, it's the speed that's throwing me off. The car is so slow that I might slow down too much for a turn. I love how the acceleration drops when you go to fourth. It's like if you could extend that third gear a little bit, it would be perfect for corners. But yeah. Is this a victory? Not by too much even, so Turbo 2 was the perfect amount of tunes. And it's funny that the Sportings are losing, even though this car should be slower. At least it feels slower than the Sporting version. And now we have to get back to money grinding. But now we've gotten rid of 2 of the slowest cars, and in the previous part I got rid of the midget. So now we have gotten rid of the slowest cars already, which is good. So I don't have to worry about them. But what a relief. Now we can actually drive a fast car instead of that garbage. That abomination. Yeah, I have the Cappuccino, but it's still faster than Ka, Midget, or the 500R. So we don't have any super slow cars anymore. Cappuccino is still relatively fast. But oh my god, the AI. Even though we have the same car, they can't keep up. So this is GT2's AI in a nutshell. When we're driving slow cars, they are much faster than would even be possible. Of course, they do have tunes, but they give you a much bigger challenge when you're driving slower cars. But when you get to faster cars, this happens. The AI is just incompetent. Jaa, eikö se löyvä peliä? Eli ette ole vielä päässyt edes pelaa. And since we have 2 more cars to choose from, because obviously the Impreza and Evo race give the same amount of money, 10k for a win. I can always swap between the cars if you'd like. That's the whole reason why I have 3 cars, is because I want to change now and then so it doesn't get too boring. So at least have some kind of a change now and then between this, the Impreza and the Evo. I kind of want to see what the percentage is now. We got to like 10% last time, and now we're at 15, so only 5% gained. Not a whole lot. The wrong car. Nice wheels. Oh, and you can always suggest what car I should buy next. Because I pretty much always have enough money to buy the next car. Except when we get to the likes of DP7, which is over 100k. But for the most part, the cars are relatively cheap. So I'll be streaming for about 1 hour longer at most, but I might quit before. We'll see how long I have interest to keep going for. And patience, obviously. Yep. I gotta go for as long as I can so I can finish this little challenge someday. And plus, the more I grind this, the more prepared I am from the manufacturer Monday. You know, the more I play, the more ready I feel that I can pull the entire run without breaks. If I can't play for longer than a few hours, then it's gonna be a big chore. Oh boy, I wonder how the RNG is gonna treat us on Monday. Hopefully it won't deny a PB, because that's the most annoying feeling. Going through a very long run that's full of RNG and then only in the very last stages the game decides to troll you and give you bad RNG and then you lose PB. Like I did that one time, I was on a PB pace, but then the game gives me fucking 4 Rome nights in a row. If I would have known that would have happened, then I would have just picked the first Rome night to begin with, but of course I was hoping for a shorter track. That's insanity. Like, okay, you have a slim chance that you can get 3, like the same track 3 times in a row, but 4 times, that's madness. That won't happen anytime soon again. That's just dumb luck. Or, you know, the game might be self-aware that, oh shit, Tume's gonna get a PB, let me ruin the party. It's like the game knows. And now that we aren't speedrunning, we get decent tracks. Yeah, it's just... no. No. That's not gonna happen anytime soon. Chance is like 1 in a million. Or maybe not quite, but pretty high still. High probability that it won't happen. Gotta love that music skipping. And I have to repeat, I'm only playing on the PS2 Fat model, which has a worse laser. This one in particular, it's been out ever since early 2000s, so it's old as fuck. The only reason I'm using it is because all my other memory cards are full, and the ones that have room on them don't work with the Slim. The Slim just doesn't recognize it, or them. So I have to use Fat in order to use these cards. And the sun is glaring at me. Well, if you actually knew, then you would know that pretty much every single third-party card won't be recognized by Slim. Of course, I'm actually using a Sony card right now, which is weird. Like, the Slim should be able to recognize any Sony card, but this one in particular, I have no idea why. But pretty much every single third-party card won't be usable in the Slim. So that's one bad side about Slim, even though obviously who in the heck would use third party because they're less reliable. But I mean, if you couldn't bother buying an official Sony one and just wanted to use a damn card to begin with and you had Slim, then too bad. You have to buy a Sony one. A Sony one that works. But yeah, if only we got super speedways more often on the dealership runs. And it's still funny that my current record, which was years ago now, well, like 2 years ago or something, actually finished in a funny note that the last track, the last race was super speedway. Yeah, it has really been that long. Can you believe it? I don't know exactly 2 hours, but 2 hours, 2 years, but it's pretty damn close. I mean, you can always go find out. I'd like to know too, because I know it's been a while. Or maybe I'm remembering wrong. Maybe it's been 1 year. But I mean, if you're gonna check out, then I would love to know as well. Because I have no idea how long it's been. I know it's been at least a year. Yeah, 1 year, 3 months. Time really flies, doesn't it? So soon it's 1.5 years, but obviously now I'll be running again. Or well, to be more precise, I've run Manufacturer Mondays after the PB, obviously, but it's just that the PB was done 1 year and 3 months ago. But the last Manufacturer Monday was like 1 year ago. So I did continue for a fair bit after that PB. But the PB is damn old. I got really lucky that run. But you know, that's what the run is all about. Getting that RNG and also not losing a single race. There are a few races in the run that are very tight just because I opt not to tune a few cars because you can win without tuning. But obviously I tune most of the cars even if you could win with them to obviously save time on track. But some cars I decide not to tune because with my current route I'm actually short of money once I do all the cars, so towards the end of the run I have to sell a few cars to get some money. The money that I need, so I'm actually very tight on money for the run. But you know, I can sell like DB7 and Viper GTS and that kind of cars. Before the Monday comes, I obviously need to remind myself about the key points. Like for example that, which cars to sell later on in the run. What tracks and what situations to watch out for example, if you get high speed ring with the Renault Clio Sport, then you're not gonna win. It's just that tight. And you also don't want a high speed ring with the Lotus Elan either, because its top speed sucks. But it's good enough for normal tracks. I mean, the car will hit the limiter in the last gear, but on high speed ring it's worse because you need top speed there. But on normal tracks it's not as big of an issue. And then obviously, for once, you don't want super speedway. If you get that for the Elan, then you're pretty much screwed. So there are a few things to watch out for. And then the most important part that I need to remind myself about is the whole process of buying all the cars and the parts. Well, I think I remember what cars to buy, but I need to remind myself what parts I buy. For the most part, I usually buy the Stage 2 turbo for each car, if possible. If not, then NA tune and that kind of stuff. And then cars like the SLK compressor are very understeery. They need super softs. Yeah, like I said, I will sell, like for example, the DB7 Coupe because it costs over 100k new. So when you sell it, you get 70k. And then there's the Viper GTS. I don't know about any other cars that are valuable. And then obviously after the Tuscan Speed 6 race, you sell that car, pretty obvious. And once you do the Unicia GTR, I mean the GTR meeting race style, you use the Unicia GTR for it and you sell it then. But for non-racing cars, I'm not entirely sure which ones to sell. But you will sell the most expensive ones, of course. Practically you could sell anything and get the money you need, but it'd just be a waste of time if you sell really cheap cars. So, would you like me to pick up a new car? You can suggest anything that obviously has a manufacturer race. And I'll check if I have enough money for it. Won't be streaming too much longer, because I almost feel like I'm done for GT2 for the day, but I'll do some more races, which is not too long anymore. And we would almost now have enough money for another racing modification. But we should buy another car for a change. Let me check how much the DP7 was. That's the most expensive car to get. Yeah, we don't have enough money for it. It's almost 200k. So. But you have any suggestions for me? There won't be an NSX race. Oh, actually, was there? There was a Type R race, but NSX? Oh, there is. Okay, yeah. We can buy the NSX, but I'll obviously buy a used one. Because we can get it for only 30k, while the new one costs a lot more. The most expensive ones are 70k here. But actually I kind of want the white one, but it's 10k more, or white pearl. But oh well, we'll just get this one. Let's see how much it was new. It was like 100k. Oh yeah, there was 100k. Yeah, I forgot there was an NSX race. But obviously when I do the speed run, then I'll just buy a Type R NSX so I can use that for not only this but the Type R meeting. By far the fastest car for that race too. So 2 birds with 1 stone. Just like the GTR and R34. You use the R34 for both. And then obviously for racing style the Unicea, because that's part of the route, getting that car. And it's money, so you also get to use it in a race. The only separate racing car. If you don't count Tuscan Speed 6. Oh yeah, now that I think about it, this is another 10k race, so we can also use this car to grind money. We could actually do a few races with this car. Also look, same color on that guy. And I like to think that if you encounter a car with the exact same color, that's not necessarily a coincidence, but it's just resource saving. Because the game pretty much has to load the same car only once. Like the same textures only need to be loaded once, but the same car needs to be drawn twice. But it's just the same color, it's easier, so you don't have to load 6 different cars. Because it's a very common sight that you see the exact same color and car. And I think the RX7 meeting or Celica meeting or whatever the race was also 10k. So we have plenty of options to choose from for money grinding. Would be very boring to do the same car over and over again, even if the tracks change, so. was thinking that if I do the next stream for this thing, then if I just do only grinding, then I would be swapping a lot between the cars to make it a little bit more interesting. Oh yeah, it should be faster. But now I'm curious what the race was. It was either an RX-7 or Celica race. Now that I think about it, it must be RX-7 because it was the only normal style race. Only the normal style races give you 10k like this. There's no racing style. RX-7 meeting. Yeah, it's 10k. We could buy the RX-7 as well. And I might as well buy a proper RX-7 to get that money a little bit easier than using... Sorry. than using a less powerful RX-7. So now we have 5 cars to use for that money grind. Oh, test course, why not? Now that I have the most powerful RX-7, it's no question that I should win. Though there's a master speed one. Let's see how fast that is. Yeah, thank you. Bless me. Oh yeah, we should be faster. So maybe the master speed has acceleration but not top speed. Now I'm curious to find out how fast does this actually go. Probably pretty fast. It's only 5 gears, but it's already going 250. Soon 260. Soon 270. Wow. Pretty fast. Almost 280. Actually, we're gonna reach that on the next straight. And I mean, it probably could go that fast, but the straight is just too short. If this was GT3, we would have a better test. But over 280 anyway. And in GT2, the turns are too tight, so you can't even keep up your speed. But in GT3, you can do the turns and still even accelerate. But in this game, you lose speed on the turn. And the straights are too short, so it's hard to measure the full potential, but I can still get an idea on how fast it is. It probably could go just about 288. Or maybe just like 1 or 2 kilometers less. But damn, this is fast. I thought it would be in the level of the older VRX Impreza like 250, but no, it's a rocket. With that rotary engine. A motorbike going by again. summertime, so it's time to enjoy outdoors by riding not bikes but motorbikes. Ah, that old RX-7, so cute. Funny fact, here in Brazil we had a currency called Cruzeiro, before the Brazilian real. I used to think credits and Gran Turismo were Cruzeiros, lol. Yeah. But it's just credits, because it's obviously a Japanese game. And in the Japanese version you would have yeni instead. Or yen. Or zeni? Yeni? Is it zeni? Must be. Yeah. I got confused because I thought like China and Japan had different units of currency, but I've watched some Dragon Ball Z and especially abridged, so the term zeni is very familiar with me. I really like the RX-7. The rotary hero. I'm from Finland. And hello, by the way, Mario with the D. Interesting name. And thanks for the follow, dude. Much appreciated. From Italy. Figures with that name. But yeah, thanks a lot, man. Oh yeah, the RX-3, RX-7 LM edition and GT3 is pretty cool. But out of all those LM editions, my favorite would be the Altezza. But my second favorite, or close to being the first favorite, is S2000. The Altezza is really cool. And you can have an Altezza LM in this game as well. You can win it from the 2 hours of Rome endurance. Alongside another car, so you have a 50% chance for it. Oh, you stream Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider. That's how most people pronounce my name, as in Tomb. So that's the same as Tomb Raider. But no, how you actually pronounce my name, it's Tume. But most people just say Tomb. Altezza is so sick, in fact, that I want it as my next car. Well, not Altezza per se, but Lexus IS 200. That's the car I want next. Not only is it a cool JDM car, but it's also a very reliable and good car to use as well. Because you know, the MR2 I had, it was really unreliable, or it was just a lot of work, so... How about you combine the two? A cool car and that is also a reliable car. There you have it, the Altezza. And it's not like RX-7 with its rotary, which needs maintenance constantly. But of course the RX-7 price is pretty high, so I wouldn't even dream of it. I mean, I'm dreaming about getting an S2000, but not the RX-7 because of its reliability issues. even if I had the money. I just want a car that works. But at the same time it needs to be a good car. Like a cool car. Your favorite car is an Alfa Romeo Giulia, so that's what you're going for. Yeah, sounds like a plan. I definitely want the Lexus IS though. I can't think of any other car that would be cool and reliable at the same time. Plus my first car was a Toyota MR2, so why not get another Toyota, even if it's under the Lexus name. What do you mean it lost the Altezza part? It's the exact same, it's just Lexus. As far as I'm concerned, they're the same car, maybe with a slightly different engine, but mostly the same. Yeah, I think you're on about the engine, because the Altezza does have more power than the IS200. RS200 versus IS200. And yeah, I'm talking about the old IS200 as well, not the new one, but the old one that goes with the Altezza. As far as I'm concerned, there's no new models of Altezza, but IS200 got updated. Yeah, GT games always looked good. I mean, think about GT3, it was released in 2001, and the graphics are nearly photorealistic. But obviously, if you look close enough, it's not as impressive as you thought it would be, but still. Nonetheless. So yeah, the top 5 cars are the ones that I will be using for money grinding. Yeah, I do mean the old car, obviously, because the new car would cost way more, and you know, I like the older one better. The style, you're absolutely right that the new one lost the Altezza part, but obviously I was speaking about the new old one. But I mean, my current car is no newer. It's also 2001 or 2000, but in this case 2001. Seat Leon. And now that we're on topic of cars and their evolution, what the fuck is the new NSX? That looks nothing like an NSX. I mean, obviously it's the new NSX, but it looks completely different from this NSX that we all love. I don't even know what to call it. If it isn't an NSX, then what is it? To me, it's a brand new model, not even an NSX. No joo, voisinhan mä tästä streamin kohta lopettaa, kun tässä menee vähän tämä niinku ajankäyttö tavallaan. ajankäyttö tavallaan niinku unohtuu, kun sä oot niin keskittynyt pelaamaan. Voisin mä tosiaan lopetella tässä kohta. Ajaa vielä pari kisaa. Good morning, November. Yeah, I know it is very tedious, but yeah, I don't judge you. Yeah, the NSX looks nothing like the NSX it used to be. That was supposed to be a joke, you know. So yeah, guys, I'm gonna do a few more races and then I'm gonna end the stream because I've been playing for like 6 hours, I think. Because we obviously don't count the break that I had in between to eat. So I've been playing for like 6 hours. So I think it's a good time to end soonish. Yeah, 6:42, and that 42 is around the same time I spent having that break. I don't remember, or I don't know how much exactly, but well over 30 minutes. So I've been playing for around 6 hours. So what do you say we grind money until we have 100k and then call it a day? So we need to do 2 more races. I might as well swap the car. And use the R34. Would be nice to get test scores with this car. It would be so fast. Considering this car goes like 300k. Probably a little bit more actually. Yeah. Screw you, November. Why do you have to scare my watchers away? Or at least my commenters. That's not very nice. You're a mod and all. But yeah, time really flies playing this game, so even though it might feel like a chore playing this 8 hours in a row, the time does go by fairly fast. Like you completely lose track of time since you're so focused on driving. Or so occupied with the game. So the time goes by for me faster than it does for the watchers. It's kind of like being on a road trip, you being the passenger. For you the time feels like an eternity, but for the driver the time goes by really fast. I always hated that as a kid when I had to be a passenger for long trips. They seem to last forever, but now that I'm driving myself, it's just very short. Feels a lot shorter when you're occupied. So one more race and then we're done for today. Well, that's not bad. At least you're active, as you should be as a mod. Well, it might get a little repetitive trying to beat him in a time trial. Aw. No perfect ending. Oh god. Ah, he won't catch up. Thank god. I almost threw that win away. But yeah, with this race we are done for today. I'm just gonna show you the percentage real quick. I already know that it's gonna be like 16 because I checked it a little while ago, but for the video and for the record. Jeez. It's been a long session, but yeah, 16%. Only like 6% gain for this time, but thank you very much for watching, and thanks for all of the new followers. And yeah, we'll continue again. If not on Sunday, then someday next week, because I will be doing manufacturer Monday, so on Monday it won't be possible either way. But we'll see when I will do this next time, so I'll see you later.